Hello. I'm starting a whole 3 minutes early because I just discovered something. If I had known, I would have started earlier today. There is going to be some maintenance in Final Fantasy XIV later today. I think it's around 10 my time, so in about 5 hours from now. Got some time to do stuff. Yeah, if I had known it was going to be that way, I would have started earlier today. I did not know until about 2 minutes ago. So, just a quick thing real quick. Our goal is to get to Heavensward and to unlock Machinist before we take a break from 14 to play some Pokemon to prepare for Gen 9 coming out in November. We're going to be doing a living dex, and we're playing through two Pokemon games. Actually, the two newest. Brilliant Diamond, which is the Diamond Pearl remake, and also Pokemon Shield. So, that being said, I want to take a break before Heavensward, but I want to unlock Machinist so I can practice with it during the Pokemon break, so when we come back to Heavensward, I'll know what I'm doing. Same thing with Sage, same thing with any other class I want to use. So our goal here is to finish up the patch quests that are basically in between A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. Right now, we are sitting pretty comfortably in 2.4. We're about a third of the way through 2.4. Today, our goal is finish 2.4, which is like 10 to 12 more missions. Just also because we have a short day because of maintenance. Then on Thursday, our goal is to complete 5.5. It's only like 8 quests because it's like a part 1. And then part 2 is actually 16 quests and ends the stuff we have to do. Our goal for Thursday is to complete 5.5 and a decent chunk of 2.5 and then 2.55. Decent chunk. And then Saturday, finish it. That also includes starting Heavensward. Just enough. Just enough Heavensward to be able to get Machinist, and then that's it. So I think we can actually do it. That being said, I don't want to hurry through it. I want to enjoy it, so. But hello Remnant, hello Delightful. Anyone who's lurking. Also, anniversary stream is next week. I think I'm prepared for it. I actually had to redo Mass Effect 2. I randomized it and then installed a controller mod. And then found out the controller mod was broken in the beginning of the game. It wasn't last time I used it. This is old Mass Effect 2, by the way, not Legendary Edition. And then I had to uninstall the randomizer, uninstall the controller mod, reinstall the randomizer. So then I'm going to have to make the character, play to a certain point, and then install the controller mod on stream. Not a big deal. It's just drag and drop some files. All right, so let's go. We have long suspected that the heretics are use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow this to happen. A contingent of House Durandare Knights, once again, I know I'm probably butchering that, but I just say it how it's spelled, just to make it easier on myself, are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with their search. I know that would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If alone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Kennison. The lives of our allies are at stake. Got it. Murder them all. So yeah, simple goal for today. Finish up 2.4. I think that is well within reach for 5 hours. Especially since I do not plan on doing anything else besides story. I need to actually unlock Samurai. Because Samurai is going to be my melee DPS of choice for this character. All I have to do, though, is unlock it, do the hotbar, which I think I remember how I organized the hotbar for Samurai. Kinda a little bit. Oh, yeah. Also, things I'm going to do during the break when we're playing Pokemon on stream. I plan on practicing with my 5 main classes, being, let's see, melee DPS Samurai, healing Sage, which I barely use now. Tank, Gunbreaker. Long-range DPS, Magical, Red Mage, and Physical, Machinist. I also plan on unlocking all the A Realm Reborn classes and getting them to 50. I realize that means I won't be able to stream the class quests, but I'll be honest, the class quests in A Realm Reborn are okay. I've been told the expansion ones are way better. Most of the A Realm Reborn class quests just kind of seem like, well, they're class quests. They have a story, but not too much. I've been told the expansion ones, like, definitely up their game when it comes to, like, story. I probably will... I'm only getting them to 50. I don't plan on using them on stream, because I'm only using those main 5 that I mentioned. But I want to get them to 50 just so it's done. But I won't be unlocking any of the expansion classes like Dark Knight or Dark Knight, Astro, Reaper. Just because again, the story mission should be pretty good. I'll wait to stream it whenever I want to unlock them. So yeah, during the break, running dungeons for the classes I need to practice with, and then getting all the Realm Reborn classes to level 50. That's a long-term thing, though. I don't have to get that done anytime soon. Not a big deal. I will also be working on my crafting. I'll do some crafting on stream. But I think I want to work on getting the crafting classes also to 50. I have been told, here's the thing. I've been told Heavensward introduces an area that makes leveling up crafting and gathering pretty good. So I might wait until I unlock that area whenever we come back and do Heavensward after Pokemon. And then off stream, I will level up crafting and gathering. What I've been told, it won't take long. At least to 50. There was something else I wanted to do, right? Let's see. Practice with the classes. The unlocking a Realm Reborn classes to level 50 might just be done over time. I might do a couple of classes during the break. My priority during the break is just practice with the classes I want to use. So I'm not completely terrible with them. So we can come back to Heavensward and I'll be like, hey, I know what I'm doing. Mostly. Up to level 50 anyway. Past that, I'll have to get used to it. But that'll be helpful. I'll get used to those classes up to level 50 because I'll be doing level 50 dungeons as practice. I'll be capped at 50. And then once I get used to it, I'll start doing the class missions on stream, unlocking new abilities to use, and I can be like, oh, this is just one new ability. I'm good. The one I'm worried about the most is Sage. Not only is Sage a barrier healer, which I've never used before, but it's also just being the heal role, which I also haven't done in a while. So I gotta get used to like DPS and healing. The odd thing is, this is to me, I might be wrong. To me, a shield healer has more healing to do than a regular healer, in a sense that when you're a white mage and you have no healing to do, everyone's at full health, what do? Well, you throw rocks, right? You throw rocks, you use holy, whatever you got. As a shield healer, I feel like I would want to heal a little more often to make sure everyone's topped off on shields, which means a little less DPS probably, right? That's okay. Except if I'm correct, the Sage is more of a DPS healer. It just seems odd to me. They would take a healer, and if they're thinking about making a healer that's more of a DPS healer hybrid, and then making it a shield healer, to me that means probably more healing. Okay. It's just one of those things where, like, if they were going to make a DPS healer hybrid, I would think they would do like a regular, like, not preemptive healer, but like reactive healer. Because normally I think you'd have more time to DPS, right? With shields, I'm going to be like OCD with it and always want to have all of my characters have shields no matter what, even if they're not the tank. Just how I am. Although it only takes one AoE, doesn't it? So, it might be fine. Again, this is just from my limited knowledge of how these classes work. My knights sent no word of your coming, Kennison. What has happened? What is that in your hand? No, all your knights are dead. By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered, and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsman's watch at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Alright then. Bum. Oh, no, Lightful, also, just to make it easier on myself, when I unlock Sage,
Stay hydrated.
This hurts you.
Sorry, my brain just stopped working. Give me a second. Hydrates.
Begone, vile man, be gone from me!
Shepherd.
No, when I unlock Sage, hello Ninja, by the way. When I unlock Sage, I put no abilities past level 50 on the hotbar. I know I can use some of them outside of battle, but I'm not going to. I want to get used to the class at 50 because I'm going to be running a bunch of level 50 dungeons. So what's the point of having 50 stuff? It'll just clutter up my hotbar. I want to get used to the hotbar the way it is, and then I'll start adding level 50 stuff above level 50. Also, yeah, the Sage works like the Astro, I guess, but you can switch in battle, not outside of battle. Meaning you can switch between regular heals and shield heals, except you have the advantage of doing it in battle. Because I never actually used Astro, but I know with the Astro you had to switch your mode outside of battle. And that is a cool idea. It saves space on the hotbar. Instead of having 6 abilities, you have 3. And you can flip them with the use of one ability. It's like a shift key. It's good. Except it's going to make it a little harder to get used to for me because I have to remember which one does which in which mode. So it makes the learning curve a little harder, but in the end, it saves space on the hotbar, which I can appreciate. Oh, also, I missed the Renegade Hydrate, didn't I? Lord Jullamont recognizes that the situation in Snowcloak is coming to a head, and that decisive action must be taken. Time is of the essence, Kennison. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Oh, they did. I'm just saying, like, old Astro. I'm guessing it's where they got the idea. They brought back, like, the half shield healer, half regular healer in the form of Sage. And also gave them lasers. My knights may make ready to depart. The heretics may take our allies to Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Emmerich everything we have discovered. Yay. It's also part of the reason why I thought about using Astro as my main healer for a while. Like, initially. Because it was changed to be a reactive healer. Which I like better. It's like White Mage now. Which is nice. I like that. And I did mention in the future, maybe even like past Heavensward, I was going to unlock another class in every category. Just to have fun using different stuff, once I get used to the main ones. And Astro would definitely be the second healer of choice. How's the MMO going? Not bad. Just started for the day. There is maintenance later today, so unfortunately the stream is going to be a little shorter. I did not know this until about 2 minutes before I started. So, well, I was told that I was told to use the shield heals more often than regular heals. Like, it's a shield healer, so it plays as such. That's their role. You can do regular healing if you want, but I was told, like, use the shield healing when you can, because that's kind of the purpose of the class, I guess. Like, okay. Yeah, according to what I read, unless I read it incorrectly, it's going to start at 7 Pacific time, which is 10 my time. Kinnison, this is a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... What's this? You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Also, are you playing, which one are you playing? Are you playing Horizon Zero Dawn or Horizon Forbidden West? Yeah. Like, the regular heals and the gauge heals are good for, like, oh, the tank just got smacked in the face for half its health. Let's heal. Otherwise, it's like, I'm going to top you off and give you some shield. First time. I will not get to play that until it comes out on PC, which hopefully is sooner than the first one came out on PC, because it took, like, 3 years. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack, and that we have confirmed, I shall place the knights on high alert. I think I already read that. Has Commander... Oh, man. Has... Commander Levier been informed? The Braves must be made aware. Alpha Nod. Or Alpha No. Hey, Alf. Yo. It must be here. I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has it at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we may be, wow. For some reason, the way that certain people talk in this game just makes me stumble over my own words. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it. This is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. Yeah, I would assume that Forbidden West is bigger than the first one. How long did I stream the first one? How long did it take? It took a decent while. I did everything in the game though. Like, I did everything as far as I know. I got all the collectibles. I got the super armor thing. I got well, it's not really super armor, but I got like the end game optional armor. I did the DLC. I did all the trials and got perfects in all of them. That took a while, considering how bad I am at stealth. Ah, people. Hello, Ida. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Levier. Commander Alf. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels, after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. That is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Ah! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others. We're going in. A moment, Alphanon. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. So you're saying this tunnel is super dark and dangerous. Kinnison! I think it's your turn to do something every time. It's like, all right, here's the plan. We're all going to go have some tea and get out of this cold. Kinnison, you're to go alone into the deep, dark dungeon. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking there on the surface. What if they're to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more of a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emmerich and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown to see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many or Papalimo will sulk. Oh, is this going to be a dungeon? I think there's one dungeon to unlock in this patch, or is it the previous one? I think it's this one. Let me double check. We are on 2.4. Yep, we are. We're going to unlock, it's called Snowcloak. That's going to slow us down a little bit. There's a dungeon during 2.4, and there's also like a raid fight of sorts. It doesn't spoil anything. It's the name of the quest. I can't tell what it is, what we're fighting. And then in 2.5, there's also another dungeon and another like raid boss fight. But in 2.55, there are none. So that'll help. All right. Get out of here, cursor. The interest of the tunnel, sir, it's just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Sir Emmerich's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Cool. New dungeon. Yay. Time. Oh, I can do NPCs. That will speed up the process significantly because I'm a DPS. Let's do NPCs. That is a nice improvement. Any dungeon that's required to do for the main story, you can use NPCs for. Unfortunately, I have not done this dungeon before. So I kind of have to lead the way. So if there's any other mechanics I have to know, I'm not going to know them. All right, let's go, NPCs. We have a Marauder, a Conjurer, and a Thaumaturge. Ooh. All right. As long as the as long as the Conjurer is smart enough to just constantly heal the tank, we're good. I wonder why am I not using my AoE? What am I? Well, doesn't matter anymore. I haven't done a dungeon in a good bit, so. I actually have to do like my abilities properly. So how's everyone doing? How was everyone's weekend? I didn't do a lot. I wanted to. But I slept a lot. I think my body is still trying to catch up from sleep when I was sick. Because when I was sick, I just didn't sleep that much. Because I couldn't. My average amount of hours I've slept in the past week per night is like 10. I can tell I'm tired because I actually went to bed last night around like 2. And that is the earliest I've been able to fall asleep in a long time. Nice and simple Bard rotation. There is no rotation. AoE Bard rotation. Hit the same button over and over again and use the AoE Rain of Death when you can. I know there's another one. I think that's it. I believe this is like Straight Shot, but the AoE version. Where 20% of the time, the AoE will proc it and you can just use it. Oh, big bear. Didn't sleep well. This might have been worth putting my damage over time on. Good to know. I believe there's also an AoE version. Is it, no, it was Sage. Sage has... What was it, Sage? I think Sage had an ability that, like, doubles the next heal or damage or something. Which is it's similar to Barrage. See, it's nice. Oh, okay. I don't have the key. I meant... Oh, there it is. I just missed it. I don't know why the bear was holding the key. But yeah, it's nice to have, like, other... Obviously, when you have knowledge of other classes, it can make new ones, like, a little more difficult, because it's just more stuff for your brain. But it also helps because you can see similarities. Like, having played a DPS class that has damage over times, which most do, I think. When I saw the damage over time ability the Sage has, I was like, oh. Well, that makes sense. I mean, White Mage has one, too. Although White Mage used to have an AoE version, but it doesn't have it anymore. Our first boss. Now, why didn't that work? What is happening today? Like, random stuff just isn't working. Here, let me make sure this is actually connected to my OBS. It's probably not. Could I see that, please? It is. Well, then why didn't that work? OBS, once again, that update is, it's messing me up a little bit. Let me try this. Okay, the second one worked. Interesting. Alright, let's go. Alright. Popped all my stuff. All I have to do is just use Barrage when my Straight Shot comes up. And we're good. Unless this boss has, like, mechanic I should be paying attention to. I feel like the advantage of being a long-range DPS is kind of lost on me. Like, the fact that I can move around and just attack, because I pay so much attention to my hotbar that I don't move around a lot of the time. I guess it's kind of like playing Dancer. Dancer's the one class you can excuse looking at the hotbar a lot, because it's nothing but procs. Can't do that from memory. Oh man, long-range DPS is so convenient to be able to just move. Black Mage was my first class. I don't know how often just not knowing the boss mechanics Be like, all right, time to cast something. All right, time to move and cancel my cast. All right, time to cast something. Time to move again. I mean, I've been told Black Mage has amazing DPS, but you have no DPS when you have to move constantly. That's one of the advantages to being a long-range DPS, also in terms of, like, team mechanics, like team building. Think about it. If you're the healer on a team of 4 or 8 people, you don't have to pay attention to the long-range DPS as much. Because you know they're going to be able to dodge stuff more often. Like I feel like that's one of the roles of long-range physical DPS. Don't get hit. Obviously, there's going to be AoE stuff you can't avoid, but... I know physical long-range DPS does less damage. Again, kind of benefits. The healer can pay more attention to the other people. Also, with Bard and Dancer, you have plenty of support stuff. Yeah, maybe that's why Machinist is considered to be, like, one of the worst DPS classes right now. I'm still going to use it, I don't care. But, it's because they have, like, Bard and Dancer do less damage, I think, than Machinist. But they have a cool number of support abilities they can use. Machinist doesn't have many, if any. I'm assuming I should stay out of that. I can hit him. You know, I actually kind of want to look up the hitbox of my AoE move. I think it matters where I'm hitting. Obviously, there's a range to it, but is it like a circle around the enemy I'm hitting, or is it more like a cone? Since it's coming from a bow, it might be more like a cone. Uh-oh. Ah! Also, I think I'm gonna try not to spam the buttons as much. I know it doesn't make the sound that it used to. It's less annoying, but I feel like I'm gonna try so I can get used to the timing of my button presses a little better. Oh, whatever, I'm just going through it. If I'm gonna start getting used to not looking at my hotbar more and just doing my abilities by memory, I should probably remember, you know, that kind of stuff, like how long it takes to come back. I'm already hating it. I've been told Machinist is a little bit of a spammy button class, so that's good. It's like it's built for me. It's long-range DPS, which kind of takes some of the pressure off me. I don't have to know the attacks of bosses well enough to be able to, like, preemptively dodge. I can just move. It also even has less support stuff, which means I could just focus on just hitting buttons doing damage. Don't get me wrong, though. I like having support stuff. I mentioned before, Bard might not be my go-to class in terms of, like, it's a class that sings and dances and does that kind of stuff. That's not me. But in terms of what it does, a DPS that's also a support, I like that. I like having that dual role. And yeah, I like Red Mage. I like Paladin. Classes that are known for being other stuff besides just one thing. That being said, I won't mind using Machinist or Samurai. The classes that kind of only have one job. Oop, wrong button. What? This produces snowballs? Oh. Yeah, okay, don't be in the range of the snowball when he does that. Okay. There we go. I'm assuming don't overlap these. I do know there are times where you're supposed to group up when stuff like that happens. Can I attack those? I cannot. But I also know that generally when you have to, when you have to be, when the idea is to stack up on a teammate so they take less damage, so the damage is distributed, it makes a noise. If it doesn't make a noise, pretty sure that just means get away. I think the arrow might be different too, but I don't know. I have to see it more. I have to see it more to tell. Right, wait for that to go, and then back off. My barrage is not up, so there's no point in that. No point in saving it. No, I didn't notice. Did the smaller snowballs have a radius too? They do. It's very small though. So basically just don't stand on top one and you're fine. Good. I have been told that some of the story boss fights were changed, which is good because they actually let you see mechanics of future fights. Like the one I kept dying on. This way. The fight with one of the Empire General guys. I kept losing. It was mostly because it was mostly because my weapon was awful. Callie made me a new one that was like double the power. See, the thing is, when I use my other characters, I ran dungeons all the time, which inevitably just gave me new gear. Over the course of running every dungeon like 100 times through roulettes, it gave me gear sets for every level. Like every 5 levels I was good. But on this character I didn't do that, so my weapon was terrible. It was like a non-ranked level 30 weapon. Because the Bard missions give you armor, but not weapon. Once I had a better weapon, it was easy. Yeti sucked. In a way, it's kind of sad. I'll never be able to experience certain things. Now, not having to experience the full grind of MSQ, A Realm Reborn, don't mind that. Don't mind. I already did a little bit. Remember, I had two other characters. So, some of the missions I did are no longer exist. Like when my first character stopped, right around Titan. Pretty sure they cut some quests out of that one. Also, I know I stand very close to my enemies when I do my AoE move. I don't know why I do. It's just a habit I have. Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure I can stand, way back here and it still works. Well? I'm only hitting the first enemy. Yeah, it does have a range and cone to it, I think. Maybe that's why I do it. Yeah, because if I were to back off a little bit... Yep, I'm only hitting the first one. Again, it makes sense that an arrow move would have a cone range to it like that. Oh, hello. We're not a boss, they're just a pretty bulky regular enemy. Yay. So what other boss fights were changed? Were there any other boss fights that were pretty notorious for just being garbage? And they were fixed, or just like they messed with some mechanics, or what? I'm kind of curious about classes. Like, I know that Summoner was changed a couple times to make it just easier. I mentioned last time that I didn't want to do Summoner because I just don't like pet classes. Because I just find it difficult to have to manage 2 people instead of just 1. But I know that's pretty much been redone. I want to say Monk also got reworked at some point. Because I know for a little while Monk was considered to be kind of like too complicated. I believe Machinist also got reworked at some point to be a little more simplified. I don't mind that. I still say the rework of some of these story dungeons are nice, especially the mines. That mine dungeon was incredibly mind-numbing. Because whenever you did it, you were always like 50 levels higher. And you could just blunt force your way through everything. So every fight was just like... Every boss fight required you to just kind of stand still and do nothing for like 5 minutes. Special key, huh? Ah, the doors to Oblivion will swing. What is? I forget what the line is from Oblivion. Patrick Stewart line. I haven't played Oblivion in a long time. Ooh. So what's your name? You're an ice wolf thing. What's your name? What'd they go with? Fenrir? Fenris? Fen something? Fenrir. Okay. All right. That's probably, we can't dodge that move. Oh. Get behind the icicle. Got it. Thank you, NPCs. And then they explode. Alright, song is done. I'm going to wait like 10-15 seconds to pop the second one. Just so I can kind of stagger him a little bit. Alright, Ice Beam. Okay. Also, is Fenris hurt? It's holding one of its paws up most of the time. Okay, don't get... Yeah, if that was one of those get near ones, the other NPCs would have ran towards them. Right, ice move that can't be dodged. Yeah, we're good. This is a very easy fight. I feel like there are earlier dungeons that are like level 30 and 40s that have more involved boss fights in this one. Maybe they took some stuff away from it. Whenever I think of earlier boss fights that have mechanics, I think of the Chimera. The blue move away, purple move in kind of thing. And also dodge the lightning ball. I like that fight. Woohoo! Aha! Ba-da-da-da-da. Hero's Necklace of Casting. Well, not for me. Maybe my red mage can make use of it. Yeah, I figured that fight was made easier because that was... It just felt like it was...
Not do you justice, warrior of light.
Oh. It just felt like that boss fight was, like, missing something. But it's a story fight, so I don't mind them making it a little easier. Because you have to do it.
I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
Ah, you sound like a hero. Or at least you're trying to. But I'm assuming no matter the cost means I will end this war between dragon and man, even if I must kill every dragon and every man. That kind of defeats the purpose of peace between two groups, if they're both dead. I mean, technically that means war will also bring peace, because they'll, both sides might die. Logic.
In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good.
Uh-huh. So how many dragon people have you messed with, or are you only messing with us?
For Eorzea. For Hydaelyn.
She dropped Hydaelyn's name. You gonna summon Shiva right now? Or... Oh no, just teleport. It is a crystal. How does she know Hydaelyn? That took longer than I expected. What news, Kennison? Once again, I did all the work myself. So Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it, too. Twelves be praised. Kennison? Wow, sorry, my brain trailed off there for a second. We may yet turn the situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Oranje have been busy perusing the archives of House Fortemps, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. For the greater good. A lot of people can say that line. Some of them villains. It's for the good they think is good, I guess. Thanos. Antecedent. You come straight to us straight from the archives of House Fortemps. I trust your time there proved fruitful. Would that it had. Oranje and I scoured countless texts. What we found was a questionable veracity. Veracity? Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. Her name is Shiva. She laid down with the dragon, the gravest of all sins, according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. Huh, Dragonborn. Have such a thing even been possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Fortemps. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it was by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emmerich might take issue with her methods. I do not care if a few strangers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that the tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Okay. You pursued your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emmerich. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Helone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Javanians? What would you have done in your position, I wonder? What would they have done? These are those who believe that faith is a reunification of free... Wow. Reunification. Renunciation. I can read, all right? Renunciation of free will. Thing is, I know more words than I know how to read. So sometimes I see them written down for the first time. I'm like, what is that? That unquestioning devotion is required for all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front lines, less to a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. Ah, okay. But I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and scripture tells us only so much. Would that it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure. Less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plans can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman, and that there can be no doubt of that. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception, yep, I was going to say, being king. I love how the goofy King Mughal keeps being brought up as like a legitimate thing. I think it was kind of like, I thought it was a joke at first, like, it's a primal, it's funny primal, but it keeps being brought up and it's actually important. The myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mughals Guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and convictions, Minfilia, they have them both in abundance. So so we know it's possible to summon a belief like King Mughal? Is it possible to summon a person that once existed? Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte, somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Wow. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternative route. Most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. So kind of like the relays in Mass Effect, if an enemy of Eorzea truly wanted to cripple them, destroy the Aetherites. That's how we get around. I mean, we have airships, but that takes a lot longer. Unless the Empire also used them. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Sharlayan may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. Yeah, I get lost pretty easily down there. While Minfilia looks into our Aetherite problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Korthus is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Good, I knew you would understand. Yuyuhase can praise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilbert and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. So I've noticed how in these patches, it seems like each patch introduces an idea or two, a plot line or two, a thread that is then dropped, that I'm assuming will be picked up in Heavensward, like the rebellion in Ul'dah, or the traitor in the Immortal Flames. We kind of just were like, hey, this is happening, but let's go do this now. So yeah, I'm assuming those will be brought up again later. There you are, Kennison. Commander Alf instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the Third hail from Ul'dah, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. I mean, it's just it's a desert of a different kind. Yeah. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago, I received word that the heretic we seek had been spotted making for Danifin Pass. Unlearned video games are boring. But that's what I'm streaming. Video game. Also, isn't today National Video Game Day? Is that a thing? I woke up to a Discord notification that was like, hey, apparently that's today. So, hey. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Bye. Little Elden Ring. Ah, I know that problem. Ninja, remember that game I was describing to you a couple days ago? Like the sci-fi space game that also has like turn-based combat and base building. It kind of sounds like my kind of game. Unfortunately, it's kind of short. I wish it was longer, but still didn't play it. Was gonna play it, didn't. Yeah, at this point, I might just save it for stream. I've been told the game is a little grindy, but I could always grind in between streams. The game is only going to take like 2 streams to beat, probably. It's not that long. I can always level grind some in between the two. Forward and back, and then forward and back. Maybe I'll play it after Hollow Knight. I would say it would be a good Saturday game, because I'm not doing this until after the anniversary week. Actually, probably until after Pokemon is done, honestly. Originally, Saturdays were going to be like, half of them were going to be Monday, Thursday game, and the other half were going to be one-offs. Have some fun playing like some little short games. Well, after being sick for a month, give or take, I'm now a little behind schedule on the Pokemon stuff. So every Saturday is going to be a Monday, Thursday stream. Monday, Thursday, Saturday is going to be Pokemon. Once Pokemon's done, and we get back to like this and whatever else, then I'll start that alternating thing between like, you know, Monday, Thursday game and then just like 1 or 2 stream game on Saturday. Halcyon could be good for that. But I've been told it takes 12 to 15 hours to beat. And knowing me and how I stream, add a few hours on. Just from talking. So it'd probably be more than 2 streams, maybe 3. Thal's balls, my ankle's on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. Well, you got plenty of ice to put on it. That's lucky. The others went on ahead through Danifin Pass. Hurry and you might catch up to them.
This hurts you.
If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they couldn't be hard to find. Ah. Renegade Hydrate. Ew. I'm looking forward to next week. We get to play some Mass Effect 2 with a goofy randomizer installed. I won't be doing everything in the game. It's just going to be like a goofy, laid-back difficulty on casual. Just look at the goofiness. That's going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, no stream unless I need it to finish 2. Friday and Saturday, we're going to be playing some old Turtles games in the Cowabunga collection. And Sunday, Blitzball. It's going to be a long week. Also, any giveaways that we have to do from the sub stuff this month, I'll do during that week. Again, they some reason reversed how it works. The gift subs aren't on sale this month anymore, but personal subs are. I think it's an odd choice for them, but... The tracks lead southeast. No. Again, they're just extra goals, and I count pretty much anything. Like, for instance, the people that resubbed on the 5th, my first stream back since being sick, those resubs were most likely for the previous month in August. I don't care, I'm still counting them. So they'll probably have a resub notification later this month, too, for this month. I'm still counting it. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics. I'm not sure. It was a great scaled beast, and Yuyuhase? I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. That's always a good idea. People to fight. Paralyzed. Not anymore. I actually remembered I had that ability. And see, stuff like that I have a hard time doing. abilities that are very situational, I'll just forget I have them. But playing Bard for this long, I've slowly learned to remember like what abilities I have, even the situational ones. Which is what I hope will happen during the break for Pokemon, since I'll be doing dungeons with these classes. I'll just like slowly remember, oh yeah, I have an ability for that. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. Well, you are a Lalafell, I'd imagine. Like, that, the stomach, the lower abdominal area is like, that's pretty, like, in stab range for you, I guess. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. And lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Yeah, of course. Oh, there's also a sale going on until tomorrow, I believe, in 14 for the Mog store. I did say I was going to allow myself to purchase 1 set of clothes and 1 mount. I draw the line there. So it might be a good time to do that tomorrow or tonight after the maintenance. Although maintenance doesn't matter. The store is like just a website. I don't have to be logged into the game to buy it. I might look at it tonight and see what I can find. Well, Ninja, are you especially excited for the 12-hour Blitzball stream where I just lose my mind? Look, I love Blitzball, but it's gonna be something. Also, I thought about doing something special for it, like a special halftime thing or mixing things up. No. The community goal was 12 hours of Blitzball. I am not going to cop out and do some kind of like 2-hour halftime show where we do something else. No. You wanted 12 hours of Blitzball, you're getting 12 hours of Blitzball. Although it also will include picking up free agents if I want to. I'm through with you listening to your excuses. We leave now. Now? Or how? That's an H, not an N. The woods are crawling with those blue coats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. No, you get Blitzball. You know what the halftime show is? More Blitzball. Well, stay with him, then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Oh, Yagiri! Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Yeah, the halftime show is the Besaid Oryx playing Blitzball. Oh, woe is me. Fancy meeting you here, Kennison. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither. What a tangled web, lest you wonder we came not for the heretics, for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief. Is that the version of beyond belief in this world? I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yagiri and her Shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alphinaud is too kind. I fear my people have done little to aid your search for the spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I will accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is the most generous offer, Lady Yagiri. And one which I gladly accept. Yay! Thank you, though I may disappear for a time. Know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Kennison, let us wait inside the for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Your PS5 shipped? I'm not sure if I'll ever buy a new console. At least for PlayStation and Xbox. I feel like most of those games come to PC now anyway. Nintendo, unfortunately, is going to always have those games that are only on Nintendo. Callie, welcome to 2.4. Where it's cold. Captain Ilbert seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Yay. Tendrils of Intrigue. Are we going back to the Ivy, I guess? Aye. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us not that we did not already know about Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Guardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. So we started the whole Shiva thing. Are we now walking away from this and coming back to it later? Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fortemps. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold the information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. Oh, is all this connected? None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least, but what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to, risking off his... I've never heard that. Okay, cool. Taking off his mask? Stop using words I don't know. I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Raban's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment. 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Ul'dah was ever more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Uldah's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answer only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raubahn faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now, aye. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Nail von Darnus's ambition been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raubahn with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Turning to the present. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest, the third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemund, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Kennison, as the realm's stoutest champion. Tis only meat that you may present for the discussion. That is a weird way of saying that. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Wait, why am I talking? Am I talking to Alphanod? Or okay, yeah, I am. Okay, first he turned. Albert. It looked like Albert turned for a second. Like, am I talking to you? Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart. But until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Calibrations?
Can it wait for a bit? I'm in the middle of some calibrations.
You can tell the voice lines are from different places. They're from different recordings. I need to make that consistent.
Shepherd.
Rex. Grunt. Oi, I'm thinking Ninja for the sound alerts. At some point, I have got to go through those and replace the old ones with new ones and put some new ones in. I gotta do that. I keep forgetting to do that. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business. Yeah, I read that. Renfilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania, in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nofika's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Bye. To Gridania. So we are on a mission called Tendrils of Intrigue. How far is that into... Okay, well, we've only done 2 missions. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Oh, there's only 9 left in this patch. And then 24 more. Oh boy. Oh boy. Conjured. I did mention it wouldn't be the end of the world if I didn't get these done in time. All it would mean is, if when we come back to this after Pokemon, I would not be able to start Heavensward until we finish this stuff. Also would mean I wouldn't be able to use and practice with the Machinist during that time. Again, not the worst thing that could happen. The Machinist plays pretty similarly in style to the Bard. It's a long-range DPS that has less support stuff, which means just more attacks. My thanks for coming, Kennison. When you are ready, speak with the Conjurer yonder. She will show us to the Lotus Stand. But it's digital. How can you steal it? What are you gonna do? Well, I mean, you mentioned a year. The break will be for like 3 months. It's going to be after Anniversary Week. It's going to be October and November, and a decent amount of probably a little bit of December, because of we're going to be playing Gen 9 Pokemon. So, the Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now? Yes. I keep hearing the thing from Origin. I should probably turn that off.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
Oh, you'll probably like the music in Pokemon Shield. In Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, it's a remake of Gen 4, but Pokemon Shield has great music. And then we'll play Gen 9, which, I don't know what that sounds like, so. Hopefully it's similar to Gen 8. I like the music, I like the direction the music went in. Also, voice acting.
The rumors are true then? The War of Succession is ended?
Yep, I'm playing Brilliant Diamond first. Basically, I'm going to be playing through Brilliant Diamond. Then we're going to be doing the endgame stuff after the postgame, which is go underground and catch some Pokemon from Gen 1 through 3 that we need for the living dex. Anything I don't get, I can probably pull from my old Pokemon that are already in home. The thing is, there are certain Pokemon that cannot go in Pokemon Shield. But all Gen 1 through 4 Pokemon can go in Diamond and Pearl. So anything I need other forms for, because the living dex requires like the earlier forms of fully evolved Pokemon, which means a little bit of breeding. I put them in Pokemon, I either catch them or put them in Diamond, breed them, and then put them in home. Then we play Shield. I'm going to be playing through Shield on a new account. We're going to play through for fun. Then we're going to do the DLC and catch some legendaries and such for the living dex. Then we're going to go to my main account on Shield and do whatever breeding and collecting we still have to do. Put it all together. And then we're going to make the living dex. Yes. Well, no, hold on. Now Ninja. Now I have to delete that message because I don't want people to know my real name. Yeah, we'll let it go.
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
There's a new emperor.
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Huh.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
Well, this guy's kind of scary looking. Kind of reminds me of the Emperor from 2. Watch this guy have the same name as the Emperor from 2. That would not be a good sign.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Huh. You know something I've noticed about how the Empire looks? Yes, they're obviously pulling stuff from Final Fantasy VI, like the Magitech armor. That look is very much Final Fantasy VI. But a lot of this also looks, I mean, it looks like Final Fantasy VI also, but I never remember the name of the artist. But the artist that does some of the art for the earlier Final Fantasy games, in that different style, that's what this reminds me of. It has that look to it, like just like the way the armor is shaped and like the points of it. It reminds me of that look. It also has a very Warrior of Light look, except in this case it'd be like this would be like Warrior of Darkness. Probably what they're going for.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Mm-hmm.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartno dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
I mean, we kind of just asked them, though, not too long ago, and they said no. But now the Emperor has a new... Well, now the Empire has a new Emperor.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Yep. First order of business. Get rid of the Imperial spy. probably a good idea. It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite the protestations of to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust amongst the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Lomincents, for instance. Though Admiral Melwib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. Arr!
Remember to stay hydrated.
And likewise, the Gordanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldas scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Ulda society, Talaji Adal. Why can't I say his name? Teleji Adeleji. There you go. For example, that is beside the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Cartano is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Kennison. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Korthus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Cool. Drinky time. Also, Ninja lurking for ninja stuff. Where is this? Let's see. I'm lazy. I'm just gonna do this. I will gladly pay 100 gil so I don't have to walk. As far. Back to the music that reminds me of Lord of the Rings. Reminds me of the like the Hobbit Shire music. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we may have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. What would I like to get? Just for, like, glamour purposes. I think I've been collecting the pieces for Gunbreaker, so. No. And Red Mage, so we'll be getting this one, too. Take my mask thing off? I could. But then... Yeah. I've been meaning to do this. That's better, isn't it? Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than the Flame Marshal, Eileen... man, why? Why can't their name just be like John Smith? Eileen... Is it just Eileen Roalie? Or is it probably like Eileen Roye? Sure. Raban's second in command. Wow, second in command, huh? Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm has to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, bearing the Flame General himself, of course, barring. When he formed the Grand Company, Raban chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no concern, or no interest, whatever. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Rowley, I'll just say Rowley, was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? Guess it was nothing. Be funny if she looked over and all you could see above the rock was just like the puffball on my head, on my little hat. But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Rowley's, I'm saying it wrong from what I was going to say it. Rowley's, presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Orban attended the Council of Alliance leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless. On some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Rowley's guilt. But if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks. Every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? Nod. You have my thanks. Let us go then, and take care not to alert our query. Either she is the one who's guilty, or she isn't guilty, and she's here looking for the person who is. Either's possible. Oh, up there. Rowley is heading in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. Bernadette. Close to Bernadetta. There's also... Remember, there's also a good old Hugabert in the Scion's place. Close to Hubert, just a more friendly sounding Hugabert. So Rowley has entered the car-line canopy, meeting someone perchance, or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Ethemy is her name. I shall remain here in case Rowley appears. Hey, Mione. Did you see anyone suspicious? Tennyson Shepherd, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. What better time to put a glowing Moogle hat on, like it has a glowing ball on it, than when we're trying to be stealthy? Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you are sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the seventh hells could she have gone? The Roost! How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muntoid tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps in the time, friend. Wait. That necklace. You are a Shinobi of Doma. Why? If you're trying to be sneaky, and why would you wear that? That's kind of dumb. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Yeah, cool. Do the rest of you have, like, giant signs that say we're from Doma? Thank the 12 of for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Riali would have disappeared without a trace. I mean, yeah. But the thing is, someone so high up in the Immortal Flames might know what that looks like. Because the Domans tried to secure Sanctuary in Ul'dah. We shall take the red mage one, since I've been collecting them. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. Suggest we follow Royoli's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier. So, have I gotten all the pieces to any armor yet? I know it's not better, although that's better. But do I have, like, all the matching pieces? This thing's a mess. There's the hat, yep. Yeah! If I had an astrologist, this would be their hat. What about the body? That one. Oh no. Do I not have the? Oh, I do have the gauntlets. Okay. What about the legs? I have those too. How about the feet? Yep. You know, what am I looking at here? This is interesting. It reminds me of something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I mean, kind of a jester, but it's interesting. Honestly, if I had astrologist instead of sage, I would probably put this on the astrologist. This would be my card battling attire. It kind of works for it. Here, if I don't save it, do I just change back? Yeah, I do. Okay. What about the Gunbreaker one? I've been collecting Gunbreaker pieces too. Although I might have missed one or two of them. What were they called? Yeah, it was the Nox stuff. Okay. Gauntlets. Nox breeches. Nox greaves. This is more of like a standardish kind of looking armor. The way that I'm playing my Gunbreaker, I'm building it like a tech build. Like it uses tech besides just the Gunblade. So I kind of want the armor to appear a little less bulky and a little more like sci-fi like. It isn't bad, it just doesn't really fit my character as much. Not bad though. And the Sage, I just have the normal Sage stuff on. Well, I'm always on the lookout for wait a minute, did I not save that? Hold on. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, yeah. This has a different one on it. That's fine. Oh, is there? Wait a minute. You're trying to trick me, aren't you? That's just to get me to play PvP. Nice try. You almost had me. Wolves Den Pier, huh? Might have to do that. Is it for a tank or for a DPS? Because I need something for the machinist. and something for the Gunbreaker. Both. I kind of want to differentiate them a little bit, so I probably wouldn't get both of them. I would just see which one works better for which.
Shepherd.
And get it for them.
Remember to stay hydrated.
This hurts.
That means I need, like, PvP stuff, doesn't it? What is the PvP currency? Discontinued. We have elegant tombstones. Tombstones. Oh, is it wolf? By the way, I have done some PvP. I only did it for the weekly things, though. I might want to go do that. Well, I have Gunbreaker, so it would be a good time to look at the Gunbreaker side. Okay, alright. This way, my friends. Yaguri! Please become part of the Scions, so that means you're in, like, all the other expansions. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorne Hut. If Roly is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garland Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, and we have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Raleigh would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. It has a well-known face in the Immortal Flames. She cannot move about Thanalin without being recognized. Makes sense. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. It is for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elysian are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our Shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne's hut and catch Rioli in the act. Roali. Which again is probably like Royer, but it's gonna say it how it's spelled. To the Hawthorne hut. The game is afoot. Well, it's Final Fantasy XIV, but good old dad. Wait a minute. I have just the sound thing for crappy dad jokes. Where is it? Where's the crappy dad joke button? Oh, there it is.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Yeah. What was the... Alright, well, that was worth it. My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. Wait. Bramble Patch. Bramble Patch. Okay, first off, isn't that the name of an area in Peter Rabbit? Also, it's used in Star Trek. There's an area, I think it's called the Briar Patch. There's an area of space called the Briar Patch because it's like super unstable and dangerous to go through with ships. The Ivy returns to the Gnarls which she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Alright, the idea is to sneak up on her, right? And I'm gonna come blasting in with this thing. Cranking up the radio. Forward and back, and then forward. Super stealthy. Just beyond. Rioli is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it. With me! We don't know if that's the case. I mean, maybe this person is... Oh, whatever. they're probably it. Oh, no! Flame Marshal Aline Rioli, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool. Bye. No. Ooh. Damnation. Ooh. I like having ninjas on our side. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Twelveswood? When last I looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance, then? Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I mean, the way the other person reacted, it does seem like we got the right person. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that Raubon is a cool guy, and I'm pretty sure he's in the expansions, I would think this would be like a good twist time, where the second in command is trying to prove the guilt of the first in command. And it turns out, like, Raubon's the guilty one. No, they wouldn't do that. Even a warrior of Rioli's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Kennison? I'm going to go to the PvP area and see what they have. So the Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall attend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the Shinobi? No. I have done ninja. It hurts my brain, because I always get the order wrong. I wonder what she says if you're already a ninja. You have the aptitude for it, I believe, so please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. I wonder if she's like, yes, fellow ninja. So, Callie, where do I go to spend the wolf points? I don't remember how to get there. I do not remember where it is. Wolves Den Pier. Yeah, there's that. Moribi Dry Docks. Not surprisingly, I don't have the teleport there. Considering I only do the queuing for the weekly stuff sometimes, and you can do that from anywhere. I was already in the Bramble Patch. All right. So where is the thing for it? Central Shroud, South Shroud. Oh, I'm dumb. Never mind. We were in a completely different spot. There it is. There it is. You know, I never knew the map had to be reloaded. I don't think I ever really noticed that. Wait a minute. No, talk to you. Yes. Okay, so is there a chance I can check what my PvP stuff does? I've done PvP, like, some. I still don't know what my abilities do. Not fully. Is there a way to actually check what they do? Like, where are the PvP abilities in here? They're not. So how do I check and see what they do? Oh, there's a PvP pro. Oh, look at that. Oh. Yeah, I've been playing PvP this whole time and don't know what my abilities do. Reduces the recast time of Imperial Arrow by 5 seconds. That's the one that stacks. I know what that is. Yep, consumes all stacks. Each charge adds an additional strike. So if you use it when there's only one, it does less. So you can save it up for one big one or use it as like an instant to finish off somebody that's low health. I know that much. Requires casting time to execute if it's possible. However, it's possible to walk while casting. Apex Arrow. Additional effect. Grants Blast Arrow Ready. Grants Frontliner March. Reduces your weapon skill cast time and 10%. Oh, I didn't know it did the increased damage thing. That's kind of cool. Action changes Blast Arrow while under the effects of Blast Arrow Ready. And then you have the usual repelling shot. We have Silent Nocturne, which just silences. Also grants Weapatar. This is what it does normally, I think. Just take off a status effect. Final Fantasia. Grants Final Fantasia to self and Hero's Fantasia to nearby party members. Reduces weapon skill cast time and recast time by 10%. Also increases movement speed. Increases damage dealt by 10% and gradually fills the limit gauge. Yep. This is a good one. Good support one. Pitch Perfect. I'm not even sure where this is. Where do you get this? When you have I think when you have repertoire, I think maybe Powerful Shot becomes this. I don't remember. Yeah, you have this and then this. Frontliners. I mean, let's be honest. When you're playing PvP, I just kind of spam abilities that are up. You know. That's a full heal, but it takes a while. This is a heal, but it takes 2,500 MP. Purity. It's for the status effects. Then you have your shield. Yeah, for the longest time, I didn't know what Recuperate did. I played PvP without knowing I had a heal. That didn't require me to stand still for like 5 seconds. Yeah, you can imagine how that went. I kept wondering, like, why are all the DPSs able to heal themselves? Why can't I do that? Oh, I can. So, collar, trophy, crystal, wolfmark. Subcategory. Do you know which one it's under? Continue. And then... Oh. There's the weaponry. What's the what's the stuff look like? What's the gun look like? That's pretty, yeah. Okay. I actually don't know how you spin the character with the controller in that menu, so I have to use the mouse. And then what about the Gunblade? Okay, I'm not a fan of this because it's literally just a mace. it's just, I'm not a huge fan of this one. All right. So let's do that. All right. This is the Gunbreaker one. Wait, hold on. I was gonna say, this stuff is kind of like samurai looking, a little bit. Republican and late Oligon, maybe? Because that usually is more tech looking. This would be for Gunbreaker. Woo! Hello, tech armor. Hello, N7 armor meets Final Fantasy. Okay, I think I'm seeing what I would like for my Gunbreaker. It literally looks like N7 armor in Final Fantasy. Which makes sense to be for the tank and not the machinist. I'll see what it looks like for the machinist, but I'm definitely leaning tank. At the bottom hits... Oh, you can actually do that? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get the headpiece, even though I might just turn that off. Gunbreaker. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little more JRPG like. Whoops. No, just keep doing that. I probably wouldn't use the headpiece, but that's fine. That's fine. Gunbreaker. And Gunbreaker. And a Gunbreaker. Oh, look at that. That actually is pretty... I like this. I like this for the Gunbreaker. I'm going to see what it looks like for the machinist. But the reason why I like this for my Gunbreaker is it looks light. Remember, I'm trying to go with this whole roleplay thing where the Gunbreaker uses like tech armor as opposed to just using very heavy armor that my character would be too weak to move around in well enough, like a paladin. You know, I mean, like, at least for now. This is very light looking, which is why it works for this. I'll see what the machinist looks like, but I'm definitely leaning towards Gunbreaker already. Aiming. No, don't buy it. I mean, the headpiece is the least important piece to me, so. Aiming's the last one, right? For all of them? Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. This kind of reminds me of what this screams initially. Since I'm going with the whole Mass Effect look with this, the first thing I think of when I see this is, for some reason, Thane. There's something about it. Oh yeah, I would definitely use some dyes. In fact, I actually kind of like the Gunbreaker one like it is, because it has that N7 black and red. I kind of like it. I like the default. See, okay, here's the thing. Gunbreaker, I like it. For long range, I think I want to go a little less armor looking. I like it, but it's more like an armor, like light armor and 7 suit. I kind of want to go with more of like a, how do I explain it? Kind of like a casual look. It's hard to explain what I mean. Samurai one? Oh, I need to turn off the thing. Might as well use the mouse while I'm in here. Alright. Samurai. Striking. Oh, I didn't save it, did I? Let's get the headpiece going. Samurai. Oh, hey, Genji. Hi, Genji. It's just Genji. Yeah. Yeah, it's just Genji. At least I'm not going that route. No, with this set, I like Gunbreaker the best. Which is good because that's what I was hoping for. I know that if I recolored the other ones, I could get the same N7 feel because it'd be like black and red. But I feel like out of all these options, it just works the best. Like I like the long range one, but like I said, with the long range machinist, I want to go a more like casual clothing kind of way, like a tinkerer look, but not like armored. And then the Gunbreaker will have the armored look. Yeah, I think I'm going to buy these for the Gunbreaker. I like them. But since I'm in here, we could check out some other stuff. Oh, there's going to be so many options to look. The chess piece is the most important piece, right? That kind of like gives you a feel for the entire thing. That's way, oh, I still have that on. That is way too like old school fantasy armor for my character. What about the samurai look? Same. These are all like standard. Yeah, this is a little tunic. Yep. Republic gear? Well, the wolf gear is very standard looking. What about war wolf gear? I'm assuming this is just like even, like, again, standard, but yeah. Oh yeah, I like it. Looks cool. But this is definitely like the more standard look. Like, ow, wait up. I kind of like, well, some recolor and I might like this. Not bad. It's not bad. Whoops. Not bad at all. Oh, the dire wolf. I like how I was supposed to be hurrying through the story, and I'm doing... This is what I mean. This is why I am not going to force myself to do the story as fast as possible. I don't want to rush it. I'm having fun doing this. We're trying on new stuff. Oh, okay. That's a paladin look if I've ever seen one. That does not look like it would match a Gunbreaker or a Dark Knight at all. The aiming one. That's not bad. Not bad. Again, I changed the color. And then what's the samurai one look like? That does not look samurai. That nah. Not feeling samurai on that one. I know they're for other classes, but okay. I did it again. What about pack gear? Oh, there's more stuff in... Oh, there's more specific stuff depending on the class. Okay. Well, what about the machinist? It has its own thing. This, nope, not my style. The furry set. Not my... This would be... I think this works better for an archer than a machinist. What's the archer one look like? About the same, just different colors. Interesting. Where is wait, is there not a... Where's the gun? Is there no Gunbreaker one on this one? There's not. So this is like light armor stuff. Okay. Makes sense. If it's gonna be, yeah, if it's gonna be like fur based, you're not gonna have heavy armor. Okay, well, did for that one. I did it again. Pillage gear. Oh, that's why. That makes sense, yeah. Dark Knight, Lancer Dragoon, Monk, Ninja, Bard, Machinist. Sensing a pattern here. Beast Lord gear. I'm gonna... Well, maybe. We're back to the standard stuff here. When I see this, it screams Dark Knight to me for obvious reasons. Samurai. Interesting. Huh. Okay. And what about the unicorn? No. No. Especially not for machinist. 12 gear. We have... Not my style. It's a little too... What's what I'm looking for here? A little too, like, noble-like. It's a little too much. Put it that way. That's not bad. That's definitely for Archer Bard and not for Machinist, though. Samurai? Ornate might have been the word I was looking for. Like, it's just a little too much for me. Yeah, like, that actually looks pretty good for a Bard. That actually looks a lot like Lord of the Rings Bard almost to me. But the others I don't really like. So this was the Gunbreaker one. You know, I kind of like this. Not for my character, but I kind of like the look. Maybe not for Gunbreaker, but maybe like a warrior. Yeah. How about the one for actual samurai? Yeah. How about the ninja one? Because it seems like it can be kind of built. Yeah, they're very similar. And how about this one? No. I feel like some of these... I understand why Bard and Machinist share gear, but I feel like most of them either work for one or the other. Now, I did say I want to go with a more casual look for Machinist. This is closer to the look I want compared to the other one. I mean, it's not even it's not close to what I want, but it's like this is what I mean by like more casual-ish, not armor looking. Still no though. Try the samurai hat. There's that. That is definitely a samurai thing. Huh. So yeah, this is just like samurai gear. Republican armor. I've heard good things about you. How about the Gunbreaker one? Wow. Holy Roman Empire Batman. I could definitely see this for like a warrior. Gunbreaker or Dark Knight? No. I mean, it is called the Republican armor. It kind of makes sense, I guess. How about Samurai? Yep. Spartacus. No. You know, it's actually not that bad. I did say I wanted something a little more casual for Machinist. Not this style, though. So I still haven't found something for the Machinist, because I'm definitely using the gear in this for the Gunbreaker. But I still need to find something kind of in the middle of armored and casual for Machinist that looks sci-fi-like. But not this. But I am definitely purchasing the Gunbreaker one right now. Maybe not the helmet. I don't need these for stats. These are literally for glamours, level 1. I kind of don't want the helmet. I'll buy it for the set, but I probably won't use the helmet. That's the right one, right? Because we're in the... Yeah, okay. Too bad there isn't an N7 helmet. I need to check out the magic ones, too, for the Red Mage. And the Sage. So what I'm going with that is, Red Mage, I want style. This is where I'm going with all the classes I'm using. Machinist, somewhere between armor and casual, but looks kind of like a Tinker sci-fi thing, a little bit. Gunbreaker, this. Just a nice, cool-looking light armor that works. Sage, I don't know what I'm going with. I think similar to Machinist. Because it's like a pew-pew class. Similar to Machinist, in that it's like half armor, half casual-ish kind of. not robes, basically. And then Red Mage, I want style. Red Mage is the style class. Kind of like Bard is. And Samurai, I have no idea. Yeah, I have never even seen the Machinist class gear. I might like it. But for Samurai, I don't know what I want. My character is only using Samurai because it's more like a finesse class. It requires some precision. It requires some precision and some skill rather than brute force, which is why I'm going with it. Lancer doesn't make sense. Monk doesn't make sense. That kind of stuff. Like, I feel like Samurai makes the most sense in terms of melee DPS for me. Which means I'm not going to go like full Samurai gear as much as I'd like to. Or I want to kind of go like more of like a casual in-between look. Well, alright, let's buy all this stuff. But I'll be doing PvP sometimes for the weekly stuff, so I'll save up some more and maybe buy some more. Not in this though, not the Lady Goblin stuff. Maybe I'll just say screw it and get the Samurai stuff for fun. Okay, and I have 6k remaining. Let's take a look and see what the magic ones look like, just for our Sage, which again, I want something similar to the Machinist look I'm looking for, and Red Mage, which I want something fancy for. That's our dress-up class. There's probably no reason to look at these, but I'll take a look. So one is healer and one is DPS. Okay. It's fancy. It's a little fancy. I'll give it that, but not fancy enough. No. No. These are probably going to look very similar, but let's check anyway. I mean, that looks more healer than damage dealer to me. And that looks kind of really, well, huh. You know, for a Sage, that's actually not that bad. Little too fancy, but I like it. Direwolf. You know, I don't mind that. What's the Sage one look like? No, I like the other one better. I kind of like this for Sage better. It's kind of like a cross between like a casual look and robes. Oh man, I kind of wish, yeah. And since Red Mage is going to be my more fancy one, yeah, it doesn't work. Pack gear. Black Mage. That's Summoner, White Mage, Scholar, Astrologist. Oh yeah, this is a Roamer Born, so nothing. Yep. No Red Mage, right? No, okay. Same thing? Yeah. Beast Lord. Red Mage. Those are a big no. Huh. Not for Red Mage, but I kind of like it. It's fine. I don't mind them, but not for the classes I'm looking for. Now this is fancy. Maybe I would have to dye it to be a little more red, but it's not bad. It's not bad for a fancy looking Red Mage. Yeah, that does not work for what I want for Sage, but maybe this is a maybe. Let's see what the whole set looks like. Huh. Yeah, the color scheme doesn't work, but I can fix that. Okay. Maybe make it really red. And it could... The mask, not so much. That was to be expected, though. Maybe I could put the top hat on with it. It's not bad. Republic. Interesting. Does not work for what I want for a red mage. And that's too, yeah, that's too fancy. So I really didn't see anything for red. The red mage in this was doable. Didn't see anything for Sage, though. That's okay. And then you have the weapons. I was not a fan. Oh, there's no Allegan weapons. Damn. So I was hoping there'd be an Allegan one so I could match it, but there isn't. Well. Let's look at, is there no Gunbreaker in here? Guess not. An Allegan healing set? I mean, yeah, I saw it in there. Yeah. And this, you mean this one? Oh, wait. Did I not? I didn't go down far enough. I didn't scroll down far enough. There's an extra one in here. Whoops. I didn't check this. This would be for Red Mage. Does not work for what I want for Red Mage, but, you know, I like this. I like this. I kind of wish something was similar to like this for the Machinist. I know I kind of wanted different stuff for every class, but, I mean, this is different enough compared to the tank one. I like this. It's a shame I can't use it for the Machinist. Again, the helmet doesn't matter. Nope, wrong one. Yeah, I kind of like it. It does look a little too, like, skin-tight armor-like than I was looking for. I was looking for something, again, a little more, like, casual and loose, but I kind of like it. Oh yeah, I can imagine this being a lot better when you die. I like this. I like the gray look, but, you know, I almost want this for the Machinist. If I could have this as the Machinist, I think I'd pick this for Machinist over Sage. But since I did say Sage was going to be similar, I like this. This could work for Sage. At least pieces of it, if anything. Yep, I know what I'm saving up for next with my PvP. So we still need something for Red Mage, Machinist, which is the most important because Machinist is going to be my main class, and Samurai. Samurai, I can take a look a little bit later. Did I check this for Samurai? Yeah, I did. This one's like Tech Warrior. I don't like it. Again, for Samurai, I want something that looks like a melee sword class, but like not fully. Somewhere in the middle. The one thing I would like to find in here before I leave is a weapon for the Gunbreaker. But unfortunately, there's no Allegan weapon. So we're just going to have to see what we can find. No Gunbreaker again. No Gunbreaker again. Not gonna be one in here either, is there? Nope. Oh, there's no Gunbreaker in here at all. Well, that's weird. Some of these sets have Gunbreaker, but not the weapons? Huh. Yeah, there's Gunbreaker. Weird. That some of them have armor sets, but not weapons for it. And this is the one I don't like, right? Yeah, I don't like this one. I don't like it. I'm more of a blade and person, not with this character, not blunt. You know, since I'm using a samurai. While I'm in here, the gun actually looks pretty cool. And the samurai sword, not bad. Is there a way to see it, not sheathed? Can I just... Nope, okay. That's fine. So, we have our Gunbreaker outfit. But I do need a weapon. Oh, is there? Because, I mean... Oh, I did not see it. Which one was I under? This one. That was weird. My chat reset all of a sudden. Everything looks good. Yeah, that was weird. Samurai. Ooh. Interesting. Be honest, not my style. When it comes to samurai swords like katanas, I'm a little boring. I kind of prefer like just a normal-ish design. This stuff right here is a bit much for me. But we're not looking for that. And unfortunately, there's only one Gunbreaker weapon in this entire thing. What's under other? Oh, it's this kind of stuff. Okay. Okay. So, what did we accomplish? We got the Gunbreaker set. I might recolor it a little, maybe. And I still need a weapon for it. Got it. We also saw the Sage outfit, which I like. I might even do some PvP later to buy it up a little, maybe. I won't use the glamours until we come back for Heavensward. That was the deal I made myself. I'm not going to have my new glamour sets ready until then. I might even have them all ready by then. So good. Well, that was a good way to spend a half an hour. Hey, it was fun. But I do need to attempt to at least beat 2.4 before maintenance starts, which means I have 2.5 hours. That was fun, though. You know, is there a place online that I can find, like, I want to see if there's a place on a good, like, database online I can just find everything. There has to be, right? It is cool to see it on my character, but... So out of all the PvP stuff we saw, with those, there was 2 more vendors. I like the Sage one. I think it'll work. I might as well buy it because I have no other use for those seals past that point. Yeah, I'll buy the Sage one. We'll figure out what color scheme we want. I'm not sure if I want all my stuff to have the same color scheme or if it's going to be different per class. Not sure on that yet. Might change the color scheme depending on the role it is, too. Color coded a little bit. So, but importantly, we're still on the lookout. We're still on the lookout for machinist gear. Being the main class I'm going to use doing the story stuff, gotta find something good. Welcome back, Kennison. I understand that Alphanod had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against Eileen Rioli? I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iced Heart's sanctum. Cool. So we're on a simple plan. Which means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 missions left in 2.4. We can get it done. The next one has a like raid boss fight of sorts, and after that, nothing to queue up for. So actually, hold on. Did I do that? Did I do that real quick? Let me double check something here. No, I did. Okay. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystal she stole from the House of Fortemp's caravan. The heretics believe they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Ethernet and thereby follow our query. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon arrival. A reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Uranjay, we have concluded that we lack the experience, or expertise, to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise, a colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlemagne. From Charlemagne? Charlemagne? She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Okay. So, will I recognize this person? Probably not, right? So I wonder if they'll have a name that's like a callback to a Final Fantasy name. Oh yeah, there's also the stuff that you can trade in the tomes for up here. I did look through here. Yes, this gear is not bad. I've been using it for the Bard. It could work for the Machinist. In fact, if I can't find something I can easily get, I'll probably be using this for the Machinist. Rather find something better though. I could always recolor it. If I use it for the Machinist, I probably will recolor it. Which means I'll need dyes. Well, yeah, there's always also the possibility of resetting stuff. Like I can use different stuff if I discover something better. So if I end up using this for Machinist, that's fine. I'll just recolor it.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on Aetheryte technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Nod. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once. Then we will have much to discuss. You know, I've played plenty of games that your main character doesn't have a voice, right? Like Outer Worlds, Fallout games, Skyrim, all that stuff. Most of the time in those games, you have some dialogue choices you can do. This game, we barely have any, and it's something I've had to get used to. I mean, in old school JRPGs, you have no your main character just speaks. You're not the main character. In most Final Fantasy games, you're not the protagonist. You're just like a disembodied person watching what's happening and controlling them. In this game, you are your character, but don't have much of a personality. But it's an MMO, so I guess that kind of, you know, that figures. Yeah.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Yep, you look exactly alike.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Jarlian to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits, and nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing Aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong,
But would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have wide aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, White Aura Sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
And it'll be me that goes through it. Alright, this next one, I believe, has a mission I have to queue for. I've already informed Alphinaud of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manor, Moinbrida? I forgot how they pronounce her name. Moinbrida, I think that's what it was. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope to success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done on our behalf, Kennison. Then I have faith that you will return to us, as you always have. Yeah. Moonbreeder. Moonbreed, So, where are we going now? Orthus. Back to the land of the cold. Oh, today was the last day of the Stream Raiders event. I was going to run it, but then when I figured out that I was only going to have 5 hours to play this today, because of maintenance, I decided not to, so we could put more time into this. I would say I'd be running it tomorrow, but the event will be over tonight. Unfortunately, I missed most of it when I was sick. But whatever new event comes up, we will be running that all the way through. Generally, with Stream Raiders, I think I've only ever streamed and done Stream Raiders when there wasn't an event running, like twice. There's always an event running. So probably there won't be one tomorrow, because it's literally the day after an event got done. But there'll probably be an event up on Thursday or Friday. If not, we'll just run some regular ones. Get some levels. Oh, I think I got it off stream yesterday. My warrior is now level 30. I have 4 level 30s. Why did I get off my mount here? Good to see you, Kennison. I was starting to wonder if you're having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Eileen Raleigh in Ul'dah, even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetherite after you, Scion. So I'm going to imagine what unlocks here is going to be a Shiva fight. Also, the fact there's something called white aetheryte, which apparently is rare and we don't know what it does precisely, reminds me a bit of white materia from 7. The idea that it's like something special and we don't know what it does. There, it's ready. So basically we're following the currents to where she teleported, and then filling the area with enough power to teleport us there. Hopefully. Here's a question. How do we get back? It worked, I think. Unless this is permanent. Try attuning to the ether right now. Feel the current and try to locate the beacon. I'm assuming it's a permanent connection, otherwise we would have discussed how do we get back. We have done all we can, Kennison. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you may seek out the beacon we have created. If by the grace of the 12 you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. Nod. Oh, look, preparations are complete. Let's go. Whenever doing something new like this, I will always run DPS, because I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe healer. But if it's a fight I've never done before, I feel like DPS is the best way to go, right? The most comfortable. I wouldn't do healing anyway right now, because I am so out of practice with healing. And I've barely practiced with my tank. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. If she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of the saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice. And so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moonbriga's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Ah, before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emmerich. Sir Emmerich regrets that he could not be here in person, and asks that I read to you this letter. Ahem. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat. Yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Kennison Shepherd, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Yeah, how about you help us fight the Empire after this? Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Helon bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. And there it is. Well. Let's queue up. Ooh. Is that the one that I have on my friends lists? I don't. Yep. Okay. Green chicken. All right. So, we have a healer and one DPS. I mean, DPS aren't hard to find. Do you know how often I've played this game and I've gone into Duty Finder and I see that they're in need of DPS? I notice how it says tank, healer, tank, tank. I have seen DPS like twice, and one time it was like 2 minutes. It's usually tank. I feel like I usually see tank. Okay, we already teleported in. There was no... Alright.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Oh, it's like a Shiva summon. She's in the ice and then it... Yep. Fight time. I have no idea what I'm doing in this fight. Luckily, I am just hit things, hit buttons from a distance, and I'm good. I will simply follow everyone else. We have 2 red mages, a dancer, and a bard. Our DPS is not super high up there, but we have a lot of versatility. I'll stand next to the dancer. We're pretty similar in what we do, so... I'm just going to stay right next to my my fellow support ranged DPS person. All right, everyone get in the middle. I'm guessing. Oh. Ah, there's the music. I've heard this. I went through some of the music on Spotify, so I've heard some of it. Ow. Now, is there a part... Have we gotten to the point where we start doing part 2s to the primals? Or... No, I guess not. Also, these fights would have been... The way we're doing these fights, we have probably, like, maxed out characters in these fights with us. Like, level 90 and all the best gear. These fights go pretty quick. Like, imagine doing these fights for the... I know they've been also tweaked since then. But imagine doing these fights for the first time. With everyone, like, on even... Like, on, like, you know... We're barely high enough level to do it. Those would take a lot longer. Okay. And story time.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence.
I mean, well, except if you're killing most of the people on both sides.
Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers.
I mean, she's not wrong there.
And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
Huh. She said the same thing as, well... I'm not sure of the implications of this. Like, there has to be some meaning to the fact that she used the same words and then disappeared.
And
No,
so
it's
the vessel
only you.
withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
Do they not like La Brea? It's like, oh, La Brea will be pleased. Sucks. Also, it's been hinted that there are Ascians who aren't our enemy. Maybe there's more than one group. So, kind of waiting on that. 5 of 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Beat up Shiva. Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, you say that's what you saw, I believe you. Just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I was only asking. The road less traveled. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, huh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you had best pay a visit to Whitebrim Front and speak with Alphinaud. He probably is worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? No reason. See you soon. Where is it? Okay, Shiva done. Now, that thing I was looking at that showed how many quests I have, it doesn't spoil anything, because the quest name in no way told me this fight's Shiva. But for the rest of this patch, for the missions we have left, there are no more queuing missions. So we can just go through them. Yeah. There's only like 4 or 5 missions left in 2.4, and none of them require queuing up. In 2.5, there are none. And in 2.55, which is basically part 2 of that, there's like 2. Or 3. At least according to what I'm reading. Like if I go to... According to this, 2.5 part 1 only has 2. They're called the Keeper of the Lake and the Chrysalis. Which doesn't tell me anything, which is good. And then in 2.55, there's nothing. Unless that part is incomplete in here, there's no missions that require queuing. Well, not necessarily. It isn't that there's no missions that require queuing, it's there's nothing unlocked. Under unlockables, it says none. So unless this game has stuff that you can queue for and never queue for again, and never unlock it, then it doesn't show up. So if there's stuff you only queue up for once, then it doesn't show it. Steps of Faith is solo now? Okay, then it wouldn't have a queue. Which means it wouldn't show up on that thing that I'm looking at. Well, solo is fine. I was just worried about having to queue for stuff and having to wait around for 5 or 10 minutes. But yeah, our goal tonight was to finish 2.4, and I think we're doing good. We have 2 hours left before maintenance hits. If I had the timing correctly. I mean, it said 7 Pacific time, which is 10 here. Oh, got your cursor. There he is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. I kind of just followed a dancer around and then shot arrows. That's all I did. And we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration. And one of which we have Kennison to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We could be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, cannot have wished for a better outcome. Sheba is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there's the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillabont, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant Stall. Yeah, all this was to get supplies. I remember now. This all started with just getting supplies. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the same self-supplies the heretics stole from the House for Attempts caravan. Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of what was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ah, on an unrelated note, Kennison, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? It is not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. Oh, I should point this out. Just like how I am not watching any of the new Pokemon stuff, every time there's a new announcement about the new Pokemon, oh, there it is in the chat, yep. Maintenance, today, 7 p.m. Pacific time, yep. Yep. So every time there's a new announcement for Pokemon, I just ignore it. I don't get on social media for a couple days, and I don't look at YouTube thumbnails even. I just, ignore it all. In a similar fashion, I know Disney had some kind of announcement, maybe a couple days ago, about new movies coming out, like new Marvel stuff and other things. I purposely did not watch it, and I'm not going to. I know there was a Bad Batch announcement. I know Bad Batch was delayed till early next year, unfortunately. But I know there was news about Mandalorian. There was a little trailer about Season 3. Did not watch it, and I'm not going to. I want to be surprised. Now, there's also been releases about the new Dragon Age. Little bits and pieces here and there. Have not paid attention to it. Except for the obvious stuff. I mean, the name of the game alone spoils something. But, if there's ever, like, an actual, like, legitimate, real video that comes out that's, like, 4 or 5 minutes long that's about, like, the game, like an actual, like, trailer that's that length, I will not watch it. Same for Mass Effect 4. Although, I'll be fair, it's going to be very difficult for me to ignore announcements about new Mass Effect. I'm going to try my best. But it's going to be hard not to want to read them or look at them. That might be the one that I do, just to make me feel better. What were you thinking, Kennison? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Ice Laird's heart? Wow. Ice Laird's heart. Bit of a dyslexic moment, so let's reset that. Ice Heart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway. And then, engaging in the abomination in mortal combat? By the Fury, Kennison, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. And yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emmerich wished to have words with you and Master Alphinaud in private. He awaits us in the... for some reason I can't say this. Intercessory. Yeah, that place. The speaking room. Reminds me of Futurama. The accusation parlor. The angry dome. You down there? Yeah, you're down there. Greetings, sir. I shall show you in at once. Greetings, Professor.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Cool, then it sounds like you're going to help us with the Empire, right?
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense.
Cool. If we had done that, Shiva would have attacked you.
All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Now, why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Okay. Eyes unclouded. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, that it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon a primal, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we would find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Kennison, it is better that we continue this conversation in Morgana. Yeah. If they find out people can summon primals randomly now, that would be bad. Don't know why I'm doing that. Too bad we can't be allies with one of them. Like, at first it's like, okay, the Empire's against primals, we're against primals. Why don't we kind of, like, join forces to that extent? Then we kind of found out, no, the Empire's just a bunch of jerks. We're not going to do that. What about the Beast Tribes? They summon their primals because we mess with them. So we can't come up with a deal with them. It's like, hey, help us fight the Empire. They wouldn't trust us, though. I mean, who knows how many times, like with the thing with Limsa, how many times have humans been like, oh yeah, you can just stay here. Like, we won't go any further. And then we do. I don't blame them for not wanting to help us. And voice acting.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Oh, I just noticed that when he said it. I thought he mispronounced it. The name is not Good King Mooglmog. It's Good King Mogulmog. I never noticed that. I mean, I'm so used to seeing the word Moogle, I never noticed it's 1 O and 2 G, not 2 O's and 1 G. It's Good King Mogulmog. I mean, I guess the song says that too. Really think about it. Huh.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
So,
it can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
No, I have one of the few classes I have not unlocked in A Realm Reborn on my other characters is Summoner. There has to be a reason for this. I'll find out eventually. Why the Summoner can summon, like, pieces of a primal, and it's fine. They're allowed to. And they listen to you. Just the idea of, like, a human being can wield the power of a primal, like, well, technically Summoners can a little bit. I'm sure there's lore behind it that I will find out one day.
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not, but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role.
Well, being someone who knows the goddess that we know and the whole light thing, and maybe she has the echo. That's what does it. I don't know.
Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Remember to stay hydrated.
This hurts you.
Dandy. Oh, I see I dropped some frames earlier. Not many.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth.
Well, as the player, we did get a scene where we saw that, like, the main priest guy who's in charge of Ishgard had two Ascians behind him, probably controlling him. Maybe that's what she saw. Not bad. We're just doing some Final Fantasy XIV quests. There is maintenance coming up in less than 2 hours, so I'm trying to see how many quests I can get through before I get kicked out.
Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Oh, that mission was just talking. I like those. They go by fast, and we can kind of just get to the point. Like it isn't like, hey, let's talk some, and then get on your mount and teleport here, fly over here, fight like 3 enemies, and then come back and talk some more. Let's just skip that part. Let's just get down to like the cool story stuff. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Zormr. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Did you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Oh, what's happening? Maybe it's something good. It's not going to be good, is it? Kinnison, it's well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Roalia has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. It is plain she received inside help. Well, why? Why? She is a traitor who has worked in the Immortal Flames for years. Why did we put her in a jail cell with the Immortal Flames guarding her in Ul'dah? Why? Why didn't we move her somewhere else? What's your server name? What would you say the most popular class in your server is? Well, as far as popular, I have no idea. Popular class. Server name is Ultros. I am in the data center. I don't remember. I'm in Primal, aren't I? This game has data centers and then servers. They actually do have, you can actually do server hopping within the same data center. And now you can do data center hopping unless you can do data center hopping within the same region. There are, as far as I know, there are 3 North American data centers. Each have like 7 to 8 or 9 servers. As far as I understand, you can hop between any of them now. So citizens report seeing Roali. Why am I still messing that up? It's probably like Roai or some French pronunciation that I don't know. quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meridiana. I can't pronounce anything anymore. I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilberd, and the first are hot upon her heels. I was gonna say her. Pray make haste to Camp Blue Fog and join the hunt. What we got here? Someone else answer. Give him a random 3-digit number. Someone else. Need 5 numbers. 3 of them need to be between 0 and 100, and the last 2 need to be between 1 and 5. I have no idea what's going on. Alright, where am I going? Come on. Also, Jay, my stream tonight was going to be shorter because maintenance starts in about 90 minutes. But I was thinking about playing something from like 10 to 11 to eat up some time so we don't end too early. Thought about maybe doing some Fall Guys. So if anyone would like to join in Fall Guys for like an hour, from 10 to 11 my time, which is in about an hour and a half. According to Bard is the most common DPS. I'm a Bard. Paladin is the most common tank. Bard is the most wow, I'm the most common class on the server. Didn't even know when I did it. I won't be a Bard forever. I'm gonna be a machinist after this, but... My thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that her walked through the camp not a bell ago. She walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Rawbon's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Raleigh must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridianum. I see. So because Rawbon didn't want it to get out that his second-in-command was a traitor, he basically kept it a secret, so nobody knew to stop her. Good job. Oh wait, why is there a... Oh, that's the ultimate ballad. Okay. Wrong one. Mission time. This wretch was with Raleigh. Raleigh. I don't know how I'm messing up something so simple. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. He didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. This goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Charge! Yep. She is a dragoon. They did mention Bloody Spear. Let's go! Yeah, it's trying to target when there's a bunch of NPCs can be annoying. Generally, when you have teammates, like actual people teammates, you won't target them. But since I have NPCs on my side, I have to flip through them. Come on. Oh, her name is the Razor. I wonder if that song affects all the NPCs around me. Probably not, right? I should probably be doing the AoE move to take out some of these things, but I'm just focusing on the enemy, on the boss. Because it might just end the fight. Or she has unlimited health when she has one. Okay, well, let's kill stuff. It wants her to be the last one standing. Alright, who's the healer? No, you die. Nope, they're already dead. Target, please. Target, please. Target something I can hit. Target something, please. No, stop targeting my friends. The enemy died that I was targeting. Alright, give me just 1 second here. Dude, he failed. Dude, he failed. But that was just beating everybody up. What the? Well, he needs to get tougher then. Fine. Now that I know what's-her-face can't die yet, I'll just focus on AoE attacks and take everything out. Oh, my Bard song is still on cooldown. There are the Deathclaw things. Can I? There we go. Yeah, because she can't die, she was just constantly hitting Ilberd. Nope, target the person. Almost forgot about you. sing my bard song so I can get some more bloodletters going. How's what's his face doing? Eh, he's got like half health. He's fine. Yeah, she's down to 0 health again, but she's not dying. So he's constantly being hit by her. Alright, this is you. He's not doing that great. Oh, we did it, okay. Let's see, I don't have a healer. I mean, I could do a sage, I guess, but I don't know what I'm doing with it. Yeah, we beat you up. Bind her and do it tight. Yes, sir. Could we not please put her in the place where she has a bunch of allies? That was incredibly dumb. Good work, men. I mean, at least this proves that we were right. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. You know what? She's not wrong. I mean, it's kind of hard to fight back from that. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's given right to rule over others? You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. Well, that sucks. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine me a paragon when I join the flames. So yeah, the people are suffering in Ishgard. We kind of already assumed that because they have like the whole lord system going. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raban himself was born into poverty. He, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hands that we had been dealt, and played to it the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught us me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. We will return to Ul'dah to... No! Stop going to Ul'dah! It's like Arkham Asylum right now. Stop. And the people who trust you and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Batman, just kill the Joker, please. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sword business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Raban chose his. Ouch.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business.
Ah, it's this Jarek. Can we kill him now?
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Raban. There is no telling what the brute might do.
So, there's not enough evidence against him, right? Like, the whole point is, people know he's here. Like, he's not hiding. It's just we don't have enough evidence to do anything. I mean, I kind of see the Scions like the Spectres in this game, you know? I mean, can't we just kill him? Like, just, and then be like, oh, the Scions did it. Well, I guess that's it then.
Have the blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
He's a little creepy. Also, I'm surprised he's allowed in there. I mean, I know that's used for meetings, but the Sultana and Raban know he's full of crap, and he's just a bad guy. They could at least be like, "Hey, you're not supposed to come in here. Get out of here." Let us cling together. I believe this is the last mission of 2.4. Let me double check. It is. That means anything we do after this for like the last hour that we have is going to be bonus, which we will start them. I want to do at least the first 3 missions because the 4th one requires a queue and a dungeon run, which I don't want to risk trying to get through when maintenance is not that long off. So yeah, my goal is to get the first 3 done. Oh, let me go back to here so I can see what I'm doing here. There we go. And accept. Also, where do I know that from? What game has that as its title? Let Us Cling Together? Tactics Ogre, I think? Which, by the way, I've had Tactics Ogre on my PSP since it came out on PSP. It's been out a while. I know they're remaking it, I think. That's one of the announcements I've kind of been ignoring. I've had the version on PSP, which apparently is really good. And apparently, in a lot of ways, is better than Final Fantasy Tactics. The classes, I think, are better balanced. There's, like, choices you can actually make that change the game's, like... There's, like, different chapters you can do and stuff. I just never got around to playing it. Plus, it's stuck on the PSP. If there's one good thing about remaking that game again, it's that we can play it on, like, PC, maybe, or at least console. I wish they would have done that with Final Fantasy Tactics or The Line. I know it's on mobile. There might be a way to play it on PC. Obviously, you can play through emulation. But it would be nice to have, like, an official release. Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raban, and then that shall be the end of it. The work here is done, my friend. My thanks. Ah, but one task I have for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Menphilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Rayali in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. Yep. Might not even be any fighting in this. It could just be like a, let's go talk to people and then we're done. So the reason why these quests just seem like just to go on and on and on is because, well, they do all at once. These were brought out in patches. That's why I'm calling them by their name. Yeah, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, and then 2.55. These are all the ones that came out before the first expansion came out. To do them all at once is a bit much. Yeah, it's yeah, like when you do stuff as it comes out, it doesn't seem that way because it's spaced out. This part did not age well when it comes to like playing the game years after the stuff came out. This is different, obviously, but it kind of reminds me of the idea that people that play Mass Effect Legendary for the very first time, who have never played the series before, they might not even realize what's DLC and what's not. Because, like, why would they? You obviously know what the DLC is when it comes out after you already beat the game and you just go through and do it like endgame stuff, like post-game. But when you're playing Legendary Edition, it's already in the game. So you'd have no way of knowing. Speaking
Welcome
of
back, my
that...
friend. I have already received word from Alfino.
Oh, good. That was quick. I have a friend who streams, and it sounds like she's at least going to try out Mass Effect for the first time. So that's going to be fun. And she's actually going to stream it on Wednesdays, so I can actually watch it because I don't stream on Wednesdays. So, yay!
To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say.
It's pronounced Ralyu? That I didn't hear that incorrectly, right? She didn't say Raleigh. She said like Ralyu. That has a U. What? What? Why? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. The only language I speak is English, and English is already messed up enough. Where you can have sentences with words that are spelled exactly the same but mean all different things. Man. That was one of the best things about doing Spanish in school. Spelling was so easy. Oh, it sounds like that? It's spelled that way. In English, it's like, how do you spell that? Oh, it's spelled how it sounds. You'd be surprised how often you can't say that. But in Spanish... easy. There were conjugational things where you had to worry about, but it still sounded like it was spelled. Again, I go back to like everyone knows Yo Quiero Taco Bell, right? And, that old Chihuahua thing, and you grew up in like the 90s, 2000s. The verb is querer, but if you conjugate it in forms that mean like I like or I want, it's I want, you want, singular they want. But when you go to we or another form of we, it goes back to querer. But otherwise you put an I in it. That's why it becomes quiero or quieras, quiera. But it's still spelled the same way. It's still spelled how it sounds.
Together with Robon, Eileen lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
Yay! Benfilia has an awesome plan that's going to make us super powerful and awesome. And the first step of this plan is that I'm stepping down as the leader of the Slayers. The thing is, I've just heard this joke before. I've seen it myself a little bit. Benfilia really hasn't done that much. Right? She hasn't fought once. She's organized us, yes, but like I don't know. I get it's like a running joke that she just like is a terrible leader. I haven't seen anything to say that she's terrible. She's just like she doesn't stand out as one, I guess I should say. I was kind of hoping that everyone, like, we have like all certain characters would get certain developments and like certain growth in the expansions. I guess for her it might not happen. I mean, I'll find out.
My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls.
Yes. It's like the Ghostbusters trap.
Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether.
Or I guess a Pokeball. I say it's the Ghostbusters trap because it traps ghosts. We kill the Ascians, and we trap their quote-unquote ghost or soul, whatever it is, in there. Pokemon, you don't do that. You just beat them up a little bit.
Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
Oh. So also like the trap in Ghostbusters, when they trap a ghost, it has to be emptied. It's emptied into like, what do they call it in the movies, in the shows? It's like the, oh man, it's like the ghost matrix or something, where they dump all the ghosts into it. You never see it in the movies, but in the show, they actually go in there at some point. And apparently it's like its own ghost world. And just like in the first movie, it can open up and like explode or whatever, and all the ghosts get released, so.
In addition to Orosite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
But I'm not even sure what our plan is. So we trap the Ascian's soul in the ether in the ether site. What are we doing then? Do we like put it in some other place? Are we somehow destroying it? What are we doing?
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
Alright, well that answers it. Put their soul in there and then bombard it with ether. Alright.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Hydaelyn bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether.
Except we didn't vanquish him. La Habrea is alive. I guess they don't know that.
Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void.
I couldn't remember. Like, do they think he's dead? Or did they know we failed to kill him? And he's back. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, no. He used a crystal of darkness to go back to, like, dark space where the Reapers sleep.
The fact remains, however, that Hydaelyn placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands.
A giant beam of light, which in my case would be a arrow of light. It'd be cool if it actually, like, did that. Or whenever you're able to wield that again, it takes the form of whatever weapon you have. If you have a melee weapon, it takes the form of the melee weapon. Your long range, it could be like a light gun with light bullets, light dancer weapons, light arrows, whatever you want.
Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Also, haven't heard from her in a while. We're not even sure if she can.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Papa Limo loves that word, doesn't he? He's like Izzy from Digimon. He loves using the word prodigious.
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
Yep, we need to figure out a way to summon a blade of ether.
Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the Orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Yeah. For a smart guy, he should have seen that coming. I'm gonna miss their voices. I'm gonna miss RNJ's voice.
Word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland.
It's because he's Fenris.
You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident of the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Ex-death?
Aye. Yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
Oh, so a bunch of smart people got, like, disappeared/eaten. Interesting.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
So we already had something that makes me think of X-Death. The idea of using, like, voids to, like, eat things up. You know, like an entire island. Then they mentioned dimensional compression. I know it's not the same, but I can't help but think of Final Fantasy VIII on that one.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
So I'm going to bring this up again. Kryl is a character from Final Fantasy V. And I literally just mentioned the idea of places disappearing into nothingness, into the void, is also from Final Fantasy V. Now, the Crystal Tower... Oh yeah, that's something else I need to mention. In order to get past 2.55, to finish A Realm Reborn, like all the patches, I did read that you have to finish the Crystal Tower quests. I've already done a few of them. I'm not sure how many there are. I've done 2 of them. Well, 2 of the dungeons. There might have been like stuff in the middle of them, but... that stuff is from 3. The Crystal Tower is from 3. And the enemy we fought inside was from 3. And the enemy I still have to face is from... Yeah, there's one more left I have to do. The enemy I have to face, the Cloud of Darkness, is also from 3. Who showed itself in the last one we did. Now we're talking about the Void, things disappearing, and Kryl, all from 5. I'm wondering if that's going to be a habit of this game, to like pull villains and like storylines and character names from the games.
Shepard.
Remember to stay.
Let's keep going and find out. Oh, I'm back. And that's the end of 2.4. Interesting place for it to end. Although we're getting a scene here now, so...
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
It makes no sense. It wasn't even like Riolu, like it was just Hayu. Wow. Please teach me the grammar that makes it pronounced like that. It has to be a combination of letters. Maybe LLE is pronounced LU and then ROA is It was almost pronounced like Ryu. There's that whole thing where when Street Fighter came out, pretty much everyone, at least in the US, pronounced that character Ryu. But then it was like, well, it should be pronounced Ru, not Ryu. Then there's the third option, which instead of being Ru, it's more like Ru. So it was kind of like that. But she's from Ishgard, which means I think it would be pronounced in a French way. But I don't know French pronunciation, so...
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald.
Why does everyone pronounce it differently? Now apparently it's Wayu. So it's Y. It's literally he pronounced it Wayu. Yeah, Wayu. Why is your name? Maybe I'll look it up later.
But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Meteor Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus.
So how is that good or bad for us? Varus did not want Eorzea to be destroyed. That could be good. Maybe he doesn't want to kill everybody. Or it could also be bad in a sense that he wants everyone alive for his own purposes and like wants the world for himself rather than just burn it. Because the old Empire was like, we need to take out Eorzea because the primal stuff. And I'm willing to just destroy it, burn it to the ground. I don't want the land, I just want the threat done. Varus could be worse, in that he wants Eorzea for himself.
So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea.
Playing both sides.
In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monitorous scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The Monitorists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the Monitorists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the Monitorists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The Monitorists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends.
Did anyone notice how the voice changed there? I can't tell if it's a different person or if it's just like the volume changed or maybe the room they were recording in changed. Something was different there.
For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
So Ul'dah is going to go through a change. No more sultanate, no more kings and queens and the syndicate running things. It'll just be like a republic. I am most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. I think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, Antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. And we have Kinnison, of course. He'll do everything. Kinnison, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been any further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Adeleji and his monetarists, Ilk, have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Raban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it'd be for the best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have any objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. I already forgot how to pronounce her name. It's Moonbrida or Moonbrida. I already forgot it. Moon. Moon's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Oriange is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Kinnison, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphinaud and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the immortal flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so, even though technically I am a lieutenant in the Gridanian Grand Company. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riel's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others which kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dan riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Riel is the guy who worked with the company of heroes and was like the secretive one. That makes sense. So, we're on the first mission of 2.5. If I can just get like the first 3 of these done before 10, it would be nice. Because we're going to have to do we're going to have to do a queued Crystal Towers mission before we can finish 2.55. Also, there might be 1 or 2 missions before I can even do that. So there's going to be several side quests I have to do. So any progress I can make would be handy. And on Thursday as well. Kind of reminds me of Zell from this angle. Not that the hair's a little too long, but he even has like the face marking thing. Pleasure as always, Kinnison. You'll be escorting the commander to Uldai, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons that found their ways into refugee hands a way back. So it happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black mucketeer holed up near High Bridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for his transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant who caught an arrow while talking to Kinnison, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What do you say, Kinnison? Nod. Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at High Bridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Well, let's go to High Bridge. Now, when we did a mission in A Realm Reborn a long time ago, we were chasing down Lal Hebrea, I guess. There was a merchant we talked to at High Bridge, a Lalafell, who just wanted more customers, and he helped us a little bit. I wonder if this is going to be the same guy. It's pointing me to the right spot. Although I think he's on this side of the bridge. It looks like the marker takes me past the bridge. Yeah, it was Hihibaru. I'm glad it's not him though. I kind of liked him. I'm glad we don't have to like. Well, it could still be him though. We don't know. Kinnison, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard, common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Alf needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men have ever need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, it is only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Alright, mission number 2. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Kennison. I need to remember tonight to go through the Mog Station stuff, because the sale is to the 13th, but I don't know what time tomorrow. So I kind of want to take a look and see if there's anything I want. Like I said, I'm only allowing myself to buy 1 mount and 1 fashion set. I'm not going to get sucked into microtransactions and like extra stuff in this game like I did others I've played before. There's plenty of mounts and other fashionable things I can get for free in the game, so. In fact, it ends tonight, okay. I actually went through all the fashion sets, and none of them really caught my eye, but if they're on sale, I might buy one that might be useful. If I can find something that fits the samurai, the machinist, or the, what's the other one I'm thinking of? Red Mage, then I might. If not, I'll just let it go. There is a mount I've had my eye on, though, that I might get. It kind of fits my character. I thought about getting the giant whale that can seat like 8 people, and I can just be like, you know, someone that has one of those. But the thing is, the multi-people mounts, almost everyone in this game has flying mounts now, right? Like, flying mounts have been around for so long that I feel like the multi-people mounts are kind of there just for like roleplay purposes or just for fun, as opposed to being actually useful. So I feel like I wouldn't get it. One, it's a little more pricier than most because it seats 8 people. I do like how it's the lunar whale though. That's cool. From 4. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? And let us be off. Good luck, my friend. And of course, it's 4.5 hours into the stream. I'm going to summon my Chocobo now. Because I forget every time. Nope, not that far down. Nope. Hired thug. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool, he should have never come here. Alright, let's kill him. They died faster than I thought. I hear them spawning, but I don't. Okay, well, there's one. Also, this is the area that I farmed those golden fleece things. I don't remember why I was farming them. The golden fleece drops some item that I was trying to get for crafting, I think. I just remember hanging out here and killing them for like an hour. Oh, and say hi to the free company. Oh, do that. And now we wait. I could also buy a Fantasia. I don't think I want to change my character. Because again, the lore of it, like, he's human like me, you know. But there's always the possibility, maybe. I mean, because here's the thing. I got the Fantasia through the story. I didn't just buy it as like a cosmetic change in the store. I got it as part of the story, which means, lore-wise, Fantasias exist in real world, in this game. Like in the world of Eorzea. So if I choose to drink it, it counts. But since I can only get one that way, I better like what I become.
Remember to stay hydrated.
I don't understand. What's this all about? Grah! Somebody just died. Hydrate. Okay, so I think I should say that I am allowed to use Fantasias, but only if I get them in-game, which apparently there's only 2. So if I drink the first one and become something, I can only change again when I get the second one way later if it becomes a thing. I might buy just one since it's on sale, just to say that, like, we'll count the one that I got on sale just as like a just in case. Like, I have to find them and I can buy, just like I can buy one mount and one fashion set, I can buy one Fantasia. And again, sale is good. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Libina, Alf, would be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of Duskwhite sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames with the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Well, we suck. I mean, hey, we're a new Grand Company thing, right? We're trying our best. Best laid schemes. I'm pretty sure this is the third one. Yep, and the one after this requires a queuing, which I don't want to do in case it takes too long. We're in the dungeon, and then maintenance pop. So this will be the last one we do. I will join the first in their hunt for the Duskwhite sellswords. If the gods are good, we'll catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Uldad in my stead. Entrust them to the third Yuyuhasi. He will take care of the rest. I said I was doing MSQ in the chat, and someone just said, "Yay, MSQ!" Like, I should have been specific. I should have been like, "Oh, I'm doing a Realm Reborn like post-game MSQ." It'd have been like, "Oh, eh." Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, I plan on playing all of the Pixel remasters at some point. I'm looking forward to 6 a lot, because I haven't played 6 in a long time. I'm doing it again. I'm walking away from the crystal. I haven't played 6. I emulated 6 on my laptop. Yeah, I admit it. I didn't own 6. The thing is, my friend actually owned a physical copy of well, technically it was called 3, but he owned a physical copy of 6 on the SNES. So we could just say I borrowed it and emulated it. You know, I had access to it. I could have just borrowed it if I wanted to, but this was more convenient. Where am I going? Right there. But I haven't played 6. I think I played 6 before I could drive. That's how long it's been. Like that, man. Phew. Sorry, I can't do high-level math right now. I can't subtract those big numbers. No, that was back when I was like 15. Pretty sure it was before I could drive. Pretty sure it was on my first laptop I had in like early high school, which is before I could drive. So, yeah. Oh, that hurts my soul. Oh no, doing this math hurts. Ow. That was 23 years ago, give or take. Oh, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Korthus. And what brings you to us this day? Weapons. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once you've cataloged the contents, I'll get them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riol stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Riol is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'Dan merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that this information was not completely erroneous, that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It is something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the ceruleum processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, huh? Fight well, Elian. Yeah, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. These missions are going quick. This is 5.5. There are only 8 missions in this whole thing. Like, imagine if this patch came out and the other patches introduced like 12 to like 15 quests, and then this patch came out and it only introduced 8. Although, there is a part 2 of it, basically, so. Kennison, a word if it please ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue exchange. No need for whistling this time. Don't you worry. A secret. That he didn't want to say around our own group, maybe? Well, they kind of just left and did their own thing, so. It's like, you kind of have to trust the people in the Crystal Braves. That it's kind of bad if we don't. We didn't trust them. They shouldn't be in there to begin with. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustling and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. He's not wrong. Except if you're like me. Now, I'm not saying I eavesdrop, but whenever I go out, I'm always usually by myself, and I just find it, I'm the one who just kind of stands I just stand there. And I'm bored, and I can't help but, listen to things going on. So, like when I went to the Verizon store to get a new phone. Like everyone else, I just had to wait. I just kind of stood at one part in the store. But rather than kind of just do my own thing, I kind of just paid attention to stuff around me. Because, I was at the phone store and my phone was broken. So what couldn't I do to pass the time? Use my phone. It's kind of funny how reliant you become on your phone. Sometimes you even just forget about it. Even the person who was trying to help me was like, okay, we just have to text your phone, and then you can hit the link, and then, oh, yeah, your phone's broken. It's like, yeah, that's why I'm here. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. Uh-oh. These Duskwights they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw them yourself? Not before the fighting started, and not after? Something ain't right. I know... Oh no. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable. Goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I ever deciphered a moneylender's books, or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I have a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate ye lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. What's he saying? Is he saying something went wrong with the information and it should have been there? Or is he saying that someone in the Braves maybe did something? That's not good. Kennison, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. Yay, Tataru! I hope Tataru gets more to do. I like Tataru. I mean, she's basically just like, I mean, she doesn't fight. She's technically a scion, I guess, but she, you know, she's like, takes care of all the other stuff. And I'm hoping she gets a bigger role at some point. Be funny if that was like if that was like her character arc. Tataru becomes a warrior by like necessity to fight, and then by the end of like Endwalker, she's just like the strongest fighter in the Scions. She like at the end of the game, she has like a scar on her face and an eye patch, and she has like heavy Lalafell armor and a big axe. Tataru! Thank you for coming so quickly. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most determined lady by all indications. Well, I will start this mission, but when we get to the part where I have to queue, that'll be it for 14. Or at least, I might go do like little things, but maybe we'll go to the Golden Saucer and get our like tickets. Oh, I can check the lottery. I forgot to check the drawings on Saturday. I would feel so bad if I won the lottery in Golden Saucer and didn't check it the day of, because you get that bonus. That bonus would be so big if you got first place. Imagine if that was a thing in the real life lottery, where you won the lottery and you got like $50 million, but if you turned it in like within the first couple hours somehow, you got like a 10% bonus. 10% bonus is quite a bit. The bigger the number is, that's how percentages work. Ooh, it's like kind of looks like a zombie dragon. Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? What would I buy with all those Golden Saucer points? Probably any fun mount. Although I did mention I only really want to get mechanical mounts because it makes sense for my character. If there's any mechanical mounts in the Golden Saucer, I take it. Oh, hey, Lucia. Voice acting.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers, not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Maybe it was a zombie dragon.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard-Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard-Zorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Nod.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
I was kind of hoping Tataru would speak, because I don't remember what her voice sounds like. Have we actually ever heard her talk? Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, she talked. Yeah. I guess it wouldn't matter, though, because, I mean, from what I've been told, all the voice actors, at least the English voice actors, change in the expansions. At least some of them do. Most? Some? Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. Azurion J stated that we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial Fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius von Balsar attempted to seize control of Mordana. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgard-Zorma, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airship overhead. That reminds me of Final Fantasy IX. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's cerulean engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below, yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. The same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether for miles around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center, a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There's much to be done and precious little time to do it. So the ship was called the Agrius. Is that anything in Final Fantasy? It reminds me of Agrius, a character in Final Fantasy Tactics, but it's spelled differently. Agrius. I kind of thought for a giant Imperial airship, they might have chosen a name that is more recognizable from old Final Fantasy games. I'm trying to think of what they could have used. It's an Imperial airship. Basically, it's instead of the Enterprise is always like the party. The party's airship sometime, like the High Wind, the Ragnarok, whatever. What would you do for an enemy airship? The only games I know of where the bad guys have their own airships. I'm trying to think. I'm sure the Empire in 6 had some. I don't know if they had any names that we ever heard, but... let's see. 7, 8... I mean, you had the Red Barons from 4. They kind of... might count for that. Oh, they're wearing the top hat. Yay. Let's see. 7, 8, 9. There's airships. There's airship fleets. Although, again, I don't know about any villainous ones that have names. 12 has some, too. What's the fastest way over there? Where I am now. So this should unlock the new dungeon or whatever we're on. I think it's a dungeon. Which again, I will not be doing because we only have like 15 minutes left until I get kicked out of the server. So on Thursday, we'll just start this immediately. This will be the first thing we do. Oh, that looks familiar. That's one of the PvP armors, isn't it? One of the tank ones. You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small ships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. Ooh. The Castrum supply line has been cut for some time, and I wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. If it's spare parts, that's not that big of a deal, but if it's something like, oh, they're going after this giant, like, power core that hasn't been duplicated since, that would be bad. So it's true then, the Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again. Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you have no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabits the wreckage, the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. Those are only viable approaches, I'd say. Yep. Okay. Well, since that's all we can do for the story right now, let's go to Golden Saucer and see if we won the lottery. I'll take a hell, I would love to just get like a second or third place one day. Let's take a look. Consolation prize. Consolation prize. And consolation prize. The best I've ever done is fourth place. What do you say we buy our tickets? And since I'll be streaming this on Saturday, we can check it right as it's drawn. So if I do win something, we get a bonus. So, let's get our usual numbers. And then our random number. 9549. Alright. Now let's get our, what I should be doing every day. Let's get our mini tickets. What is the bonus? Is it like 10%? I don't remember. Alright, let's go for that 10,000. Ah. Alright, well, it's impossible to get the 10,000 because we need a 1, 2, 3. That's a 15 in the middle, which gives me 180. I mean, that's not bad. That's kind of in the middle-ish, not counting the big ones. It's also impossible to get 24 because that requires a 7, 8, and 9, which are not shown. Yeah, we'll take the guaranteed 100 or 180. I mean, it's more the closer. Oh, so we should just do it like right when they do it. Can you imagine getting the jackpot and then claiming it like a minute later? Yes, money. I figured I'd check it. Okay. We're going all in here. It is possible to get 24 for 300. It's 3,600. This could be 7, 8, and 9 right here. What's showing though? 10 for 80. And this is a possible. That could be 8 for 720. I'm going all for it. 7, 8, 9 right now. Nope. I just go for the big numbers, because let's be honest, there's not much difference. Unless you're going for the 10,000 or the 3,600, there's really no big difference in the prize amounts. All right, so 10,000 is impossible. 3,600 is still possible right here. I mean, 21 and 23 also get you quadruple digits, but that's kind of takes more planning. So I'm just gonna go for the 3,600. Boo. Do. Well, we have 10 minutes until we're kicked out of the server, give or take. All right, well, let's log out. This will be the end of 14. This will also be the end of the YouTube recording, since I might just play some Fall Guys now. So.